Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain arrived that afternoon like an old acquaintance who'd forgotten to knock, slipping through the grey London sky with a kind of persistence that suggested it had nowhere better to be. At 221 B Baker Street, the sitting room held the particular quality of light that only November could conjure, a dim pewter glow that seemed to seep through the window panes rather than enter them properly. The fire in the grate whispered and crackled, its warmth pressing gently against the chill that crept from the corners of the room, and the scent of burning coal mingled with the faint sweetness of pipe tobacco that had, over the years, woven itself into the very fabric of the wallpaper. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, the one nearest the fire, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, in an attitude that might have suggested deep contemplation, or might equally have indicated he was simply waiting for something interesting to happen. The afternoon post had arrived 20 minutes earlier, delivered by a boy whose footsteps had squelched wetly on the stairs before Mrs. Hudson had shooed him back into the weather with a copper coin and a stern word about dripping on her carpets. The letters lay on the side table in a neat stack, bills mostly, and a circular from a tobacconist advertising a new blend that Holmes had already tried and found wanting. But there was one envelope that didn't quite match the others. It sat atop the pile, its paper a curious shade of cream that seemed almost luminous in the grey light, and its seal, a simple blob of dark wax, bore no marking, no sign, nothing to suggest who might have pressed their thumb against it. The handwriting on the front was careful, each letter formed with a kind of deliberate precision that spoke of someone who'd taken their time, perhaps at a desk by a window, watching their own rain fall in their own corner of the city. It was addressed simply, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, 221 B Baker Street, London. Holmes had been staring at it for the better part of 10 minutes, not because he was particularly concerned. Concern required a level of emotional investment that he reserved for matters of genuine complexity, but because there was something about the envelope that whispered of familiarity. The paper stock was common enough, available at any station between here and Charing Cross. The ink was standard, the sort used by clerks and school teachers and anyone else who purchased it by the bottle rather than the dram. And yet, are you going to open it, or shall we simply admire it until tea time? Dr. John Watson's voice drifted across the room from where he sat at the desk. His own correspondence spread before him like the aftermath of a small paper explosion. He'd been attempting to organise his notes on a recent case, something involving a missing parrot and a suspiciously well-informed butler, but his attention kept wandering to Holmes and that peculiar envelope. Holmes didn't move. The anticipation, Watson, is often more revealing than the contents. That's what people say when they're avoiding disappointment, Watson replied, setting down his pen with a small smile. Or when they suspect the letter is from their brother asking for money. Mycroft has never asked for money in his life. He simply appropriates it through bureaucratic channels and calls it governmental necessity. Holmes finally reached for the envelope, turning it over in his hands with the delicate touch of someone handling evidence. No, this is something else entirely. The sender wished to intrigue rather than inform. Notice the absence of any return address, yet the care taken with the wax seal, pressed firmly, but not urgently. This was sealed by someone who wanted to be certain it would arrive intact. Perhaps it's a new client, Watson suggested, though his tone carried the mild scepticism of someone who'd learned that Holmes' clients rarely announced themselves with such restraint. They tended toward the dramatic, bursting through the door at midnight or sending frantic telegrams that rattled the windows with their urgency. Perhaps Holmes slid his finger beneath the seal, and it gave way with a soft crack that seemed louder than it should have been in the quiet room. The paper inside was folded twice, and as he drew it out, Watson noticed that same careful handwriting, the same deliberate formation of letters Holmes read in silence, his expression, which Watson had learned to interpret over years of close observation, shifted through a series of subtle changes, a slight narrowing of the eyes, a barely perceptible tightening at the corner of his mouth, something that might have been amusement or might have been recognition. When he finally looked up, there was a glint in his grey eyes that Watson knew well. "How very peculiar," Holmes murmured. "Care to share with the class?" Holmes handed over the letter without comment, and Watson took it, adjusting his position to catch more of the grey light from the window. The handwriting was indeed precise, almost architectural in its construction, and the message itself was brief. "Dear Mr. Holmes, I trust this finds you well and not too deeply submerged in ennui. I write to remind you of a matter which, though resolved some years past, may yet hold interest for an afternoon's reflection. Do you recall the curious incident of the tobacco merchant's complaint? The one involving the Turkish blend, the missing ledger, and the apprentice who swore he'd seen a ghost in the storeroom at 2:30 in the morning? The thief, as I'm sure you remember, was neither ghost nor apprentice, and the solution, when it finally revealed itself, had everything to do with timetables and nothing whatsoever to do with the supernatural. I thought you might enjoy remembering. Yours, in admiration of careful observation, a friend to logic." Watson read it twice, then looked up at Holmes, who had returned to his contemplative position in the armchair, fingers once again steepled, eyes fixed on some middle distance that existed only in his mind. "The tobacco merchant case," Watson said slowly. "That must have been, 3 years ago? 4? 3 years and 7 months, Holmes replied without hesitation. October of 1887. The merchant's name was Cornelius Ashford, and his shop stood in a narrow street off the Strand, the sort of place that catered to gentlemen who preferred their tobacco, blended to precise specifications, and didn't mind paying for the privilege. "I remember the case," Watson said, though in truth his memory was hazier than he'd like to admit. There had been so many cases over the years, and they had a tendency to blur together unless he took detailed notes, something he'd been less diligent about in those earlier days of their partnership. Though I confess the details are somewhat atmospheric rather than specific. Holmes smiled faintly. Your notes on that particular adventure concluded with the phrase, "And thus the mystery was solved through Holmes' typical brilliance," which I found simultaneously flattering and entirely unhelpful for anyone seeking to understand the actual methodology involved. "I was tired," Watson said defensively, "and you'd explained it 3 times already using words like longitudinal analysis and temporal discrepancies in testimonial accounts, which are perfectly serviceable words. For a treatise on criminal investigation, perhaps. Less so for a narrative meant to be read over breakfast." The rain intensified outside, drumming against the windows with renewed enthusiasm, and somewhere below them, Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs, accompanied by the gentle rattle of china. She had a particular way of climbing stairs when carrying a tea tray, slow, deliberate, each step announced well in advance, that gave everyone fair warning to clear space on whatever surface might be required. Holmes glanced at the letter again, his expression thoughtful. "What strikes me as curious, Watson, is not that someone has remembered the case, but that they've chosen to remind me of it in this particular fashion. No request for assistance, no plea for consultation. Simply a nudge toward nostalgia." "Perhaps they're writing a book," Watson suggested, "and wanted to ensure their facts were correct before publication. Then they would have asked questions rather than demonstrated knowledge. No, this is someone who was there, either directly involved or close enough to the particulars to recall them with accuracy." The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson entered with the tea tray balanced expertly, despite the precarious angle required to navigate the threshold, while also managing the door handle. She was a woman of perhaps 60 years, with grey hair pinned neatly beneath a white cap, and an expression that suggested she'd seen quite enough peculiarity in her life. "Thank you very much," and was not particularly impressed by any additions to the catalogue tea, she announced, setting the tray on the low table between the armchairs. "And I've brought scones, though I suspect they'll go cold while the 2 of you stare at that letter and theorise about who sent it instead of simply asking them directly. Holmes looked up with genuine surprise. "You've deduced that we're puzzling over a letter. You've been holding it like it might explode for the past quarter hour, Mr. Holmes. It doesn't require Holmesian methods to notice." She poured the tea with practised efficiency, the amber liquid streaming into the cups with a sound that was itself soothing, a small music of domesticity against the rain's percussion. "Besides, I heard you mention the tobacco merchant case, and that means you're about to spend the rest of the afternoon reminiscing instead of doing anything useful." Watson accepted his tea with a grateful nod. "You remember the case, Mrs. Hudson?" "I remember you both tracking tobacco flakes all over my carpets for a week," she replied tartly, "and Mr. Holmes conducted experiments with pipe ash at all hours of the night. Very educational for the household, I'm sure, but less so for anyone trying to maintain decent floors." Holmes took his own cup, adding neither milk nor sugar, preferring his tea the way he preferred most things, unadulterated and slightly bitter. "The letter," he said, holding it up for Mrs. Hudson to see, "appears to be from someone familiar with the case details, someone with a penchant for anonymity and a curious sense of timing." Mrs. Hudson glanced at the letter with the same expression she might have given to a questionable stain on the upholstery, assessing, practical, and entirely unimpressed by any pretensions to mystery. "Well," she said, "I expect you'll figure it out eventually. You usually do, even when it takes longer than it ought." And with that pronouncement she departed, leaving the door slightly ajar in a way that suggested she'd be listening from the hallway should anything interesting develop. Watson sipped his tea, feeling the warmth spread through him, pushing back against the damp chill that had settled into his bones. The scones were still warm, their tops golden and slightly cracked, and he helped himself to one, splitting it open and applying butter with the concentration of someone who'd learned to appreciate small comforts after years of military service and London winters. "So," he said, once he'd achieved the perfect butter distribution, "who do you think sent it?" Holmes was silent for a moment, his gaze distant. When he spoke, his voice carried that particular quality of someone thinking aloud, following threads only he could see. Someone with a connection to the original case, certainly. Someone who values discretion, note the absence of any identifying marks. Someone who— he paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Someone who believes I might have forgotten, or who wishes to test whether I remember." "Forgotten?" Watson's eyebrows rose. "You? I've seen you recall the exact position of a cigarette stub from a case 5 years ago. Memory, Watson, is not about retention. It's about significance. This letter suggests that the sender believes the tobacco merchant case holds particular importance, either to them personally or—" He trailed off, reaching for the envelope again, examining the postmark with renewed interest. The postmark was smudged but legible. London, posted 2 days prior from a district in the East End. Not particularly illuminating, half of London's post originated from that general area, but it at least confirmed that the sender was local, or wished to appear so. Outside, the rain continued its steady assault on the city, turning the streets below into rivers of grey water that reflected the gaslights beginning to glow in the encroaching dusk. November in London was a study in melancholy, a season that painted everything in shades of smoke and shadow, where the sun, when it bothered to appear at all, did so with the reluctant air of someone making a brief, obligatory appearance before retreating to more pleasant climes. Watson finished his scone and reached for another, because 1 scone was optimism but 2 was realism, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. "So what was the case exactly? You've mentioned the tobacco merchant and the ghost, but I confess the details are rather hazy." Holmes set down his teacup with a soft clink of china against saucer. Cornelius Ashford, he began settling deeper into his chair in the manner of someone preparing to tell a story, came to us on a Tuesday morning in October. He was a man of perhaps 50 years, well-dressed in the manner of successful tradesmen, not ostentatious, but certainly comfortable. His shop, as I mentioned, dealt in premium tobacco blends, and he'd built a reputation among the discerning gentlemen of London as someone who could match a blend to a personality with remarkable accuracy, like a sommelier but for tobacco, Watson offered. Precisely. And like any specialist, he kept meticulous records, ledgers detailing not just sales and inventory, but also his personal notes on each blend's composition. These records were to him more valuable than the tobacco itself. They represented years of experimentation, of understanding the subtle differences between Turkish and Virginia leaf, between sun-cured and fire-cured. Watson could picture it now, the kind of small wood-panelled shop where light filtered through. Coloured glass jars, and the air itself was thick with the scent of dozens of different tobaccos, each with its own character and history. The problem, Holmes continued, began when Ashford noticed that someone was accessing his shop after hours. Nothing was stolen, at least not initially, but small signs of intrusion began to appear. A ledger left open when he was certain he'd closed it. Tobacco jars rearranged ever so slightly. And then, most disturbing of all, his apprentice, a nervous young man named Thomas Wickham, claimed to have seen a figure moving in the storeroom at 2:30 in the morning. A ghost, the letter mentioned. Wickham certainly thought so. He'd been sleeping in the room above the shop, common practice for apprentices in that trade, and had come down to investigate a noise. What he saw, or claimed to see, was a pale figure moving among the shelves, its movements unnatural, almost floating. He fled back to his room and spent the remainder of the night with his door barricaded. Watson leaned forward slightly, drawn into the narrative despite himself. "And you determined it wasn't a ghost?" "Watson, I have yet to encounter a ghost who left footprints in tobacco dust, or required the use of a key to enter locked premises." Holmes's smile was slight but genuine. No, the explanation was far more prosaic, though no less interesting for its lack of supernatural elements. The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks that danced briefly before fading, and Watson found himself settling into that comfortable state of attention that Holmes's storytelling always induced, a pleasant anticipation mixed with the knowledge that the solution, when it came, would be both obvious and entirely unexpected. But before Holmes could continue, there came the sound of the street door opening below, followed by heavy footsteps on the stairs. The kind of footsteps that belonged to someone official, someone who climbed stairs with the weight of authority and damp wool. Holmes cocked his head, listening. "Unless I'm very much mistaken," he said quietly, "that would be Lestrade. And given the weather, I suspect he's not here on official business." Watson glanced toward the door. "How can you tell?" "Official business arrives in carriages, Watson. Lestrade just walked here through the rain. I can hear the water dripping from his coat onto Mrs. Hudson's floor, which will not please her. And his footsteps carry a certain reluctance. He's seeking shelter as much as conversation. And indeed, a moment later there was a knock at the door, perfunctory, almost apologetic. And Inspector Lestrade appeared in the doorway, looking every bit as damp as Holmes had predicted. "Afternoon, gentlemen," he said, removing his bowler hat and sending a small spray of rainwater across the threshold. "Don't suppose you'd have room by that fire for one more?" Inspector G. Lestrade stood in the doorway like a monument to the particular misery that London rain could inflict upon the human form. His coat, a sensible dark wool that had probably seemed adequate when he'd left Scotland Yard, now hung on him with the defeated weight of fabric that had absorbed approximately its own volume in water. Droplets fell from the brim of his hat in a steady rhythm, forming a small puddle on Mrs. Hudson's carefully maintained floor, and his moustache, normally waxed to respectable points, had surrendered to gravity and dampness, drooping in a manner that suggested it too had given up on the day's prospects. "Come in, Lestrade, before you become a permanent water feature," Holmes said, gesturing toward the chair nearest the fire. "Mrs. Hudson has just brought tea, and Watson has demonstrated admirable restraint in leaving at least 3 scones untouched." "2," Watson corrected mildly, reaching for the teapot, "and I was saving them for exactly this sort of eventuality." Lestrade stepped fully into the room, shrugging out of his coat with the careful movements of someone trying to minimize the distribution of water across a wide area. A futile effort, as physics and gravity had already conspired against him. He draped the coat over the back of a chair, positioned at what he clearly hoped was a safe distance from anything Holmes might consider important, though in this room that was a relative concept at best. "Much appreciated," Dr. Lestrade said, accepting the cup of tea that Watson had poured with the gratitude of someone who'd been contemplating the warmth of hot liquids for the past 20 minutes of walking. He settled into the chair with a sigh that spoke of wet socks, long hours, and the peculiar exhaustion that came from dealing with the Metropolitan Police's bureaucracy. Not officially here, mind you. Just happened to be passing through the area and thought I'd escape the weather for a moment. "You were 3 streets out of your way," Holmes observed, without looking up from the letter he'd returned to examine, "and Scotland Yard is in the opposite direction from any route that would logically bring you past Baker Street, unless you've developed a sudden interest in the haberdasheries on Marylebone Road." Lestrade's moustache twitched in what might have been a smile. "Can't a man take a walk without being subjected to geographical analysis? Not when the man in question looks like he's been conducting an investigation into the Thames's drainage system from the inside." Holmes finally set the letter aside, giving Lestrade his full attention. "What's troubling you, Inspector? And please don't say nothing. You only drop by unannounced when something's bothering you enough to seek conversation, but not quite bothering you enough to admit it directly." Watson handed Lestrade a scone on a small plate, along with the butter knife, and settled back into his own chair to observe. There was a particular dynamic between Holmes and Lestrade that he'd always found interesting, a mixture of professional rivalry, grudging respect, and something that might almost be called friendship if one squinted and tilted one's head at the right angle. Lestrade applied butter to his scone with the concentration of someone buying time to organise his thoughts. "Nothing troubling exactly," he said finally. "Just a quiet day at the Yard. Too quiet, really. The sort of day where the paperwork seems to multiply on its own, and every constable suddenly remembers urgent business elsewhere." He took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, then added, "Makes a man reflective, weather like this. Got me thinking about old cases. The interesting ones, I mean. The ones that didn't involve drunken brawls or pickpockets with less imagination than ambition." Holmes leaned back in his chair, a knowing look crossing his features. "Such as?" "Oh, I don't know. This and that." Lestrade's attempt at casualness was admirable but unconvincing. "I was organising some files this morning, and I came across the notes from that business with the tobacco merchant. 3-4 years back. The one with the supposed ghost and the missing ledger." Watson's eyebrows rose sharply, and he glanced at Holmes, who had gone very still in the way he did when something unexpected proved to be more interesting than he'd anticipated. "The Ashford case," Holmes said quietly. "That's the one." Lestrade sipped his tea, apparently oblivious to the sudden tension in the room. "Funny thing to remember on a day like this, I suppose. But there you have it. The mind wanders where it will." Holmes picked up the letter again, holding it so that Lestrade could see the careful handwriting, the cream-coloured paper. "Inspector," he said, his voice carrying a note of something that might have been amusement or might have been suspicion. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about anonymous correspondence, would you?" Lestrade squinted at the letter, then shook his head. "Can't say I do." "Why?" "You've received something mysterious. That must make a nice change from the usual threatening letters and desperate pleas." "Read it," Holmes said, handing over the paper. Lestrade set down his teacup and took the letter, his eyes moving across the lines with the practiced speed of someone accustomed to reading reports and witness statements. When he finished, he read it again, slower this time, and when he looked up his expression had shifted from casual interest to genuine puzzlement. "Well, that's peculiar," he said. "Someone reminding you of an old case just like that. No reason given, no request attached." "Indeed," Holmes murmured. "And you've had no similar correspondence? No one at the Yard asking questions about the case?" "Not a word. Like I said, I was just going through old files and it came to mind. Pure coincidence." Lestrade handed the letter back, frowning. "Though I suppose coincidences are what you don't believe in, aren't they?" "Coincidences exist, Inspector. They're simply far less common than people imagine." Holmes folded the letter carefully and returned it to its envelope. "And 2 people, yourself, and an anonymous correspondent, thinking of the same relatively obscure case on the same day, stretches coincidence toward the implausible." The rain had settled into a steady, persistent rhythm now, the kind that suggested it had found a comfortable pace, and intended to maintain it for several hours at least. The room had grown darker as the afternoon aged toward evening, and Watson rose to light the gas lamps, their soft glow pushing back against the gloom without quite dispelling it. There was something comforting about the lamplight, the way it created pools of warmth and left the corners in gentle shadow, as if the room itself had decided to gather inward, to create a small island of coziness against the wet grey world outside. "Maybe someone's writing a book about your cases," Lestrade suggested, echoing Watson's earlier theory. "You know, one of those sensational accounts, The Adventures of the Great Detective or some such nonsense." Watson shifted uncomfortably. "I have been considering publishing some accounts," he admitted, "though I'd hardly call them sensational. Educational, perhaps. Illuminating. Profitable, more like," Lestrade said with a grin. "Can't say I blame you, Doctor. Man's got to eat, and the Yard certainly doesn't pay enough to publish memoirs." Before Watson could mount a defence of his literary ambitions, there came another sound from the street below. Not footsteps this time, but the distinctive clatter of a carriage pulling to a stop, followed by the opening and closing of a door. All three men paused, listening, and Holmes tilted his head with the air of someone identifying a particular bird's call. "Mycroft," he said simply. "Your brother?" Lestrade looked toward the window as if he might catch a glimpse of the new arrival. "What brings him out in weather like this?" "I thought he only left his club under threat of apocalypse or the promise of an exceptional meal." "Mycroft," Holmes replied, "leaves his club when his curiosity outweighs his comfort, and given that he possesses both a carriage and an umbrella, the weather is hardly an impediment." He glanced at Watson. "This afternoon is becoming quite crowded." Indeed, the sound of footsteps on the stairs followed, heavier than Lestrade's, slower, more measured. These were the footsteps of a man who moved through the world with the confidence of someone who understood that the world would wait for him, and who saw no reason to rush on its account. When Mycroft Holmes appeared in the doorway, he was, unlike Lestrade, entirely dry. His umbrella was properly furled, his coat showed no signs of weather damage, and his substantial frame filled the doorway with the solidity of someone who had planned his route, timing, and arrival with mathematical precision. "Sherlock," he said by way of greeting, his gaze sweeping the room and cataloguing its occupants with a glance. "Dr. Watson, Inspector Lestrade. How fortuitous to find you all assembled. Saves me the trouble of multiple visits. You were expecting to find us together?" Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly. "Expecting? Number? Considering it a statistical probability given the weather, the time of day, and Lestrade's tendency to seek shelter in familiar locations when his duties become tedious. Yes." Mycroft stepped into the room, and Mrs. Hudson materialised behind him, with the efficiency of someone who'd heard the carriage and had already prepared an additional cup. "Mr. Mycroft," she said, setting the cup on the tray with a firmness that suggested this was the last cup she intended to provide. "I suppose you'll be wanting tea as well." "Mrs. Hudson, you're a beacon of civilization in an increasingly chaotic world," Mycroft replied, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. "Yes, a tea would be most welcome." She poured without comment, though Watson noticed the slight softening around her eyes that suggested Mycroft was among the limited number of people whose presence she found acceptable, if not quite welcome. When she departed, she pulled the door close behind her, with a click that sounded almost like punctuation. Mycroft accepted his tea and lowered himself into the remaining chair with the careful grace of a man conscious of both his dignity and the furniture's structural limitations. "Now then," he said, "shall we discuss the letter, or shall we continue pretending that we're gathered here purely by chance?" The silence that followed was the particular kind that occurs when several people simultaneously realise they've been outmanoeuvred. Holmes recovered first. "You've received one as well." "Not quite." Mycroft reached into his coat pocket and withdrew an envelope that was, to Watson's eye, identical to the one Holmes had received. Same cream-coloured paper, same careful handwriting, same anonymous wax seal. "Mine was delivered to the Diogenes Club this morning. The porter, bless him, nearly had an apoplexy trying to decide whether anonymous correspondence counted as conversation, and should therefore be refused at the door, and the contents Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer." Mycroft opened the envelope and removed the letter, reading aloud in his precise, measured voice. Dear Mr. Holmes's, and here I note the amusing ambiguity of addressing a letter to Mr. Holmes when there are two of us. I trust this finds you well and not too deeply occupied with matters of state. I write to inquire whether you recall the curious incident of the tobacco merchant's complaint, the one involving Turkish blend, a missing ledger, and an apprentice who claimed supernatural intervention. The solution, as you may remember, had everything to do with careful timing and nothing whatsoever to do with ghosts. I thought you might enjoy remembering. Yours in admiration of logical deduction, a friend to reason. Almost identical to mine, Holmes said, with minor variations in flattery. A friend to logic versus a friend to reason. Mycroft mused. Our correspondent enjoys philosophical distinctions. Lestrade had been listening with growing bemusement, his scone forgotten on his plate. So all three of you have received letters about the same old case? On the same day? Not quite all three, Watson interjected. I haven't received anything. Which is mildly insulting given that I was actually present for the case in question. Your wound, old friend, is noted, Holmes said, though it's possible your letter simply hasn't arrived yet. The post can be erratic. Or, Mycroft suggested, the correspondent knows that Watson would simply bring the letter to you anyway, making a separate missive redundant. The fire crackled, and outside the rain intensified briefly before settling back into its steady rhythm, and Watson found himself looking at the three men assembled in the room. Holmes with his sharp features and sharper mind, Mycroft with his calculating gaze and encyclopedic knowledge, Lestrade with his practical experience and dogged persistence, and wondering what kind of person would choose to engage all three of them simultaneously. Someone who wants our attention, he said aloud. Obviously Holmes replied, No, I mean, someone who specifically wants all of our attention together. They've orchestrated this deliberately. Mycroft nodded slowly. The doctor makes a salient point. This isn't merely nostalgia or academic interest. This is an invitation to what Lestrade asked. Holmes looked at the letter again, and when he spoke, there was something in his voice that Watson recognised. The particular tone he used when a puzzle had just revealed its first real edge, the place where one might begin to unravel it. To remember, he said quietly, and perhaps, in remembering together, to understand something we missed the first time. The afternoon had definitely become interesting. The sitting room at 221B Baker Street had taken on the quality of a gentleman's club, albeit one with significantly better tea, and a landlady who periodically opened the door to glare at the accumulated dampness on her floors, before retreating with audible disapproval. The four men had arranged themselves in a rough circle around the fire, their teacups refreshed, the plate of scones now thoroughly depleted, and the atmosphere had shifted from casual conversation to something more focused, more deliberate. Holmes had retrieved his pipe, a disreputable cherrywood affair that he favoured for what he called contemplative smoking, and was in the process of filling it with tobacco from the Persian slipper that hung by the mantelpiece. The choice of storage location had been a point of domestic contention when Watson first moved in, but Mrs. Hudson had eventually conceded defeat, recognising that some battles were not worth the expenditure of energy. The Ashford case, Holmes said, striking a match and applying it to the pipe's bowl with the ritualistic care of someone performing a familiar ceremony. The tobacco caught, glowed, and released its first curl of fragrant smoke into the room. October 1887. Cornelius Ashford, proprietor of a specialist tobacco shop off the Strand, came to me with a problem that was equal parts commercial concern and personal anxiety. Watson settled deeper into his chair, recognising the signs of Holmes entering full narrative mode. There was a particular rhythm to it, a cadence that made even the most mundane details sound like they mattered, like they were pieces of a larger pattern waiting to be recognised. Ashford, Holmes continued, was a man who had spent the better part of 30 years perfecting his craft. His shop was not merely a place of business, it was a laboratory, a library, an archive of experiential knowledge. He could, he claimed, identify any tobacco blend by scent alone, and could match a customer to their ideal blend after a conversation of no more than 5 minutes. Sounds like a parlour trick, Lestrade offered, though his tone was more curious than dismissive. Hardly. It was a genuine skill born of obsessive attention to detail and pattern recognition. Holmes drew on his pipe, the tobacco glowing ember bright. Ashford understood that a man's choice of tobacco revealed more about his character than most conventional conversation. A preference for Turkish leaf suggested someone who valued complexity over straightforward satisfaction. Virginia tobacco indicated a fondness for tradition and reliability. Latakia suggested either a sophisticated palate or an affinity for pretension, depending on the individual. Mycroft made a small sound of agreement. These semiotics of consumption. Fascinating how much people reveal through their choices, particularly when they believe those choices are purely personal preference rather than cultural signalling. Quite so, Holmes gestured with the pipe, trailing smoke. Ashford's shop reflected this philosophy. Dark wood panelling, glass-fronted cabinets displaying tobaccos in apothecary jars of amber and green glass, each labelled with both the common name and Ashford's own notation system. A combination of geographical origin, curing method, and what he called the temperamental qualities of the leaf. Watson could picture it clearly now, the sort of establishment that existed in pockets throughout London, catering to a clientele who valued expertise and were willing to pay for the privilege of access to it. The air would have been thick with overlapping scents, each jar contributing its own character to the whole, creating an olfactory symphony that would have been overwhelming to some and intoxicating to others. The shop occupied the ground floor of a narrow building in a court just off the Strand, Holmes went on, his voice taking on that dreamy quality of someone reconstructing a scene from memory. 3 stories in total, the shop itself at street level, a small office and storeroom on the first floor, and living quarters on the second floor where Ashford resided with his wife. His apprentice, Thomas Wickham, occupied a room on the first floor adjacent to the storeroom, an arrangement that was both practical and, as it turned out, significant. The one who saw the ghost, Watson supplied. Indeed. Though we're getting ahead of ourselves, Holmes tapped ash from his pipe into the tray on the side table. Ashford's complaint when he first arrived at Baker Street was carefully articulated despite his obvious distress. Someone, he said, was entering his shop after hours, not breaking in. There were no signs of forced entry, no damaged locks or broken windows, but someone with a key, or someone with sufficient skill to defeat his locks without leaving evidence. Lestrade leaned forward slightly, his professional interest engaged. What was being stolen? That, Holmes said, was the peculiar aspect. Nothing apparently, or rather, nothing obvious. The shop's inventory remained intact. The expensive Turkish blends in their sealed tins, the rare Latakia that Ashford kept for his most discerning customers, even the cash box in the office showed no signs of tampering, but someone was definitely entering the premises. How could he tell? Watson asked. Details, Watson. Always details. Ashford was a methodical man with methodical habits. He closed his shop at 6 o'clock each evening, performed the same sequence of actions before departing, checked the cash box, made notes in his ledger, arranged the counter in a specific configuration, locked the front door, then the back. Each morning he would arrive at 8 o'clock and could tell immediately if anything had been disturbed. And things were being disturbed. Lestrade's notebook had materialised from somewhere in his damp coat, and he was making notes with the automatic gesture of someone who documented everything, even retrospectively. Small things. A jar of tobacco moved from one shelf to another. A chair in the office positioned differently than he had left it. Papers on his desk rearranged, not carelessly, but enough that someone with Ashford's attention to detail would notice. Holmes paused, drawing on his pipe. And then, more troublingly, his ledger. The one mentioned in the letter, Mycroft observed. The same. Ashford kept a private ledger, separate from his commercial accounts, in which he recorded his experimental blends. Ratios, curing times, aging processes. This ledger was, to him, more valuable than the shop's entire inventory. It represented decades of experimentation and refinement, and he began finding it open to different pages than where he'd left it, sometimes with what appeared to be spots of moisture on the pages, as if someone had been reading it with damp fingers. Watson frowned. Why not simply steal the ledger outright if it was so valuable? An excellent question, and one I posed to Ashford. His theory, and it proved remarkably close to the truth, was that the intruder was copying information from the ledger rather than stealing it wholesale, that they needed repeated access to study the formulas properly. The rain outside had softened to a gentle patter, and the room had grown warm with the accumulated heat of 4 men of fire, and the particular insulation that tobacco smoke provided. Mrs. Hudson appeared briefly to light the additional lamps, transforming the grey afternoon into a cocoon of golden light before disappearing again without comment, though her expression suggested she was listening from the hallway. And then, Holmes continued, came the incident with young Wickham. The ghost, Watson said. The alleged ghost. Wickham was 22, recently apprenticed to Ashford, after showing what his master considered genuine aptitude for the trade. He was quiet, diligent, perhaps a bit too imaginative for his own good, but reliable. He slept in the room above the shop, as I mentioned, and on the night in question, a Tuesday in early October, around 2:30 in the morning, he was awakened by a sound. Lestrade had stopped writing and was simply listening now, drawn into the narrative despite himself. Wickham described it as a soft scraping, like wood against wood, coming from below, from the storeroom directly beneath his bedroom. Holmes's voice had dropped slightly, taking on the cadence of someone telling a ghost story around a campfire, though the effect was somewhat undermined by his thoroughly rational tone. He lit a candle and crept downstairs, terrified but curious. The storeroom door was ajar. He was certain he'd locked it before retiring, and through the gap he could see movement. The ghost, Watson repeated, though he knew better. What Wickham saw, or believed he saw, was a pale figure moving among the shelves. He described it as floating rather than walking, its movements unnatural, its form indistinct in the dim light that filtered through the storeroom's single, grimy window from the gas lamp in the courtyard outside. He watched for perhaps 10 seconds, paralysed by fear, and then the figure turned toward him. "And," Lestrade prompted, "and Wickham fled." Returned to his room, barricaded the door with his bed and bureau, and spent the remainder of the night in a state of terror. When Ashford arrived the next morning, he found his apprentice pale and trembling, convinced that the shop was haunted by a spirit with an interest in tobacco blending. Mycroft made a sound that might have been amusing. The supernatural with commercial interests. How very practical. Ashford, to his credit, did not immediately dismiss Wickham's account as hysteria, Holmes said. He examined the storeroom and found evidence that supported at least part of the story. The door had indeed been unlocked, despite Wickham's certainty that he'd secured it, and on the floor, in the fine layer of tobacco dust that inevitably accumulated despite regular sweeping, there were footprints. Ghostly footprints? Watson asked with a slight smile. Footprints, Watson, are by definition not ghostly, regardless of their owner's corporeal status. These were quite real. The prints of a man's shoe, size 8 or 9, with a distinctive wear pattern on the right heel suggesting a slight limp or irregularity in gait. They led from the door to the shelves where Ashford kept his private ledger, then back again. So, a person, not a ghost, Lestrade said. Obviously, though the question remained, who and how were they gaining entry? Ashford was adamant that there were only 3 keys to the shop, his own, his wife's, and the one given to Wickham. All 3 were accounted for. The locks showed no signs of picking. I examined them personally and found them intact. The fire crackled and settled, sending up a small shower of sparks, and Watson found himself trying to piece together the solution from the information presented. Someone with legitimate access. A copy of a key made without authorization. Some other entrance to the building that Ashford didn't know about. The peculiarity, Holmes continued, was in the timing. The intrusions only occurred on Tuesday nights. Always Tuesday, always between midnight and 3 in the morning. 4 consecutive Tuesdays before Ashford came to me, and the pattern showed no signs of breaking. Tuesday, Mycroft murmured. Significant. Potentially. I asked Ashford what made Tuesday special. Was the shop closed on Wednesdays? Did he have some regular appointment that kept him away? But no. Tuesdays were identical to any other day in his schedule. Lestrade was frowning now, the expression of someone trying to work through a puzzle with incomplete information. What about the apprentice? Could Wickham have been the intruder, then faked the ghost story to cover his tracks? An excellent theory, Inspector, and one I considered immediately. However, the footprints in the tobacco dust were considerably larger than Wickham's feet. I verified this by comparing them to his shoes, and while a clever person might wear larger shoes to create false evidence, Wickham's terror that morning was quite genuine. I've seen enough frightened people to recognise authentic fear, and his was real. So someone else with access to the building, Watson said. Someone who could come and go without breaking in. Precisely, which narrowed the field considerably. Holmes reached for the tea, found it had gone cold, and set it aside in favour of his pipe. I spent the next Tuesday evening concealed in the storeroom, waiting to see if our mysterious visitor would appear. Did they? Lestrade asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. They did. At precisely 1:30 in the morning I heard the sound of a key in the lock. The door opened, slowly, carefully, and a figure entered. Not floating, not ghostly, but moving with the careful precision of someone familiar with the space. Even in darkness, Watson leaned forward. Who was it? Holmes smiled, the expression carrying genuine satisfaction at the memory. That, Watson, is where the matter becomes truly interesting. But perhaps we should pause here. Mycroft looks like he's about to interrupt, and I suspect he has observations about the case that he's been restraining himself from sharing. Mycroft's expression was one of patient amusement, only that the solution, once revealed, was considerably more mundane than the setup suggested, though the methodology required to reach it was anything but mundane. "Spoilers, brother mine," Holmes said mildly. And in that moment, with the fire warm and the rain soft and the room filled with smoke and companionable silence, Watson realised that he'd been drawn completely into the memory, into the puzzle, into the gentle unravelling of a mystery 3 years past. The anonymous letter that had started this afternoon's gathering seemed suddenly less important than the story itself, the shared act of remembering, the warmth of old friends revisiting old triumphs. Outside, London continued its grey existence, but inside 221B Baker Street, the past was more vivid than the present, and considerably more interesting. The evening had settled fully over London now, the kind of darkness that arrived early in November and seemed to have no intention of leaving until well past its welcome. The street lamps outside cast their wavering circles of gaslight onto the wet pavement, and somewhere in the distance a clock chimed the half-hour, 5:30, Watson noted automatically, though the gloom suggested a much later hour. The room at 221B had become an island entirely unto itself, cut off from the concerns of the city beyond its walls, existing in that peculiar state of suspended time that only a good story could create. Mrs. Hudson had appeared again, this time with fresh tea and what she called proper sustenance, a plate of cold meat sandwiches, another of cheese and pickle, and a third bearing slices of Mrs. Turner's fruitcake, which she'd acquired through methods she declined to specify, but which Holmes suspected involved a complicated system of neighbourhood bartering. She'd also brought additional coal for the fire, muttering something about 4 grown men catching their deaths, before departing with instructions that they were not to stay up past midnight philosophising about nonsense when decent people are trying to sleep. Lestrade had removed his jacket, which now hung steaming gently by the fire alongside his coat, and had settled into his chair with the relaxed posture of someone who'd decided that returning to Scotland Yard could wait until tomorrow, or possibly the day after. Mycroft had produced a cigar from his waistcoat pocket, a substantially more expensive specimen than Holmes's pipe tobacco, and was smoking it with the measured enjoyment of someone who viewed fine tobacco as one of civilization's essential pillars, ranking somewhere between parliamentary procedure and properly prepared Dover sole. "So," Watson said, helping himself to a sandwich, "you were concealed in the storeroom, the intruder entered with a key, and you were about to reveal their identity before Mycroft's ominous foreshadowing interrupted the narrative flow." Holmes acknowledged this with a slight inclination of his head. Indeed. The figure that entered the storeroom that Tuesday night was a man of perhaps 35 years, slight of build, moving with the careful deliberation of someone navigating a familiar space in darkness. He carried a small lantern, the kind used by railway workers, with a directional shade that focused the light narrowly, and he made directly for the shelf where Ashford kept his private ledger. "You could see all this from your hiding place?" Lestrade asked. "I'd positioned myself behind a stack of tobacco crates near the back wall, with a clear view of the ledger's location. The storeroom was not large, perhaps 12 feet by 15, and once he lit his lantern, visibility was adequate." Holmes paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during the previous conversational interlude. I watched him remove the ledger, carry it to the small desk beneath the window, and begin copying information into a notebook of his own. He worked methodically, referring frequently between the two books, occasionally pausing to sketch what I presumed were diagrams or formulas. "And you simply watched?" Watson's tone carried mild surprise. "Didn't arrest him on the spot?" "Watson, observation precedes action. I wanted to understand not just who, but why. What specific information he was after, how he was processing it, whether he showed signs of guilt or merely focused determination." Holmes drew on his pipe, the tobacco glowing. "Besides, I'd already deduced his identity before he'd crossed the threshold." Lestrade made a sound of resigned amusement. "Of course you had. The key inspector used a key, which meant he had legitimate access to the shop at some point. The footprints from previous intrusions showed a slight limp, visible in his gait as he crossed the room, and the timing, always Tuesday nights, always the same hours, suggested someone whose schedule permitted access only on that specific day." "Ashford's wife," Watson ventured. Mycroft actually laughed, a brief dry sound like rustling paper. "Mrs. Ashford was 63 years old, Watson, and afflicted with rheumatism that made climbing stairs an adventure in creative profanity. She was many things, but a midnight prowler was not among them. The intruder," Holmes continued, "was Marcus Fellows, Ashford's former apprentice. He'd completed his training 2 years prior and had opened his own tobacco shop in Whitechapel, a considerably less fashionable location than the Strand, catering to a different clientele entirely." "Why would a former apprentice need to steal formulas?" Watson asked. "Surely he'd learned the basics during his training." "The basics, yes. But Ashford's true expertise, his signature blends, the precise ratios that made his tobaccos distinctive, those he'd never shared fully with any apprentice. They were recorded only in the private ledger, and Ashford considered them proprietary knowledge, the foundation of his commercial success." Lestrade had been making notes again, his pencil moving across the page in quick, economical strokes. "So Fellows was copying the formulas to replicate them in his own shop. Industrial espionage, essentially. Essentially, though with a more sympathetic motivation than pure greed." Holmes tapped ash from his pipe. Fellows' shop in Whitechapel was struggling. The neighbourhood couldn't support the kind of premium pricing that Ashford commanded, but Fellows had invested everything he had in the venture. His only chance of survival was to offer something distinctive, something that would set him apart from the dozen other tobacco sellers within walking distance. "He thought Ashford's blends would be his salvation," Mycroft observed. "Indeed. And he wasn't entirely wrong. The formulas were genuinely valuable, not merely in their components, but in the years of experimentation they represented, the understanding of how different tobaccos interacted, how aging and curing methods affected the final product." The fire crackled, and Watson found himself feeling an unexpected sympathy for Marcus Fellows, this desperate shopkeeper copying formulas by lantern light in the small hours of Tuesday mornings. Why Tuesday specifically? Now that requires some investigation into Fellows' circumstances. Holmes gestured with his pipe, trailing smoke. It transpired that Fellows worked a second job to supplement his shop's meagre income. He was employed as a night watchman at a warehouse 3 streets from Ashford's shop. His shift ran from 10 at night until 6 in the morning, Tuesday through Saturday. Tuesday was his first shift of the week, Lestrade said, following the logic. Precisely. And the warehouse supervisor, a man of admirably lax oversight, conducted his nightly inspection at midnight sharp every Tuesday, then retired to a public house for the remainder of his shift. returning only at 5:30 to ensure Fellows was still present for the morning handover, which gave Fellows a window of approximately 5 hours during which his absence would go unnoticed. Watson was beginning to see the full picture now. He'd leave his post at the warehouse, go to Ashford's shop, copy what he could from the ledger, then return before the supervisor came back. Exactly so. The journey between the two locations took perhaps 15 minutes at a brisk walk, longer with his limp, which was the result of a childhood injury and became more pronounced when he was tired. He'd enter the shop using a key he'd retained from his apprenticeship. Ashford had never thought to ask for its return, and Fellows had been too nervous to volunteer it. He'd work for perhaps 2 hours, copying as much as he could, then return to his watchman's post with no one the wiser, except for young Wickham Mycroft noted, except for Wickham, who had the misfortune to wake during one of Fellows's visits. The ghostly appearance was simply a function of the poor light, Wickham's own nervous imagination, and the fact that Fellows wore a pale grey coat that caught what little illumination was available. The floating movement was Fellows walking on the balls of his feet to minimise noise, a habit that combined with his limp created an odd irregular gait that seemed unnatural in darkness. Lestrade closed his notebook with an air of satisfaction. And you caught him in the act. What happened then? Holmes's expression softened slightly, taking on a quality that Watson recognised, the look of someone remembering a moment that had required not brilliance but judgment, not deduction, but wisdom. I stepped out from behind the crates and introduced myself. Fellows nearly dropped his lantern. For a moment I thought he might attempt to flee, but he was too tired, too defeated. He simply stood there, holding the ledger, and asked me how long I'd known. What did you tell him? The truth. That I'd deduced his identity before ever setting foot in the storeroom, and that I'd been waiting merely to confirm my conclusions and understand his methodology. Holmes paused, drawing on his pipe. Then I asked him why he hadn't simply approached Ashford, and requested permission to use the formulas. After all, they'd parted on good terms when his apprenticeship concluded. The room had gone very quiet, even the rain seeming to soften, as if the weather itself was listening. Fellows's answer, Holmes continued, was illuminating. He said that asking would have meant admitting his shop was failing, that he'd been unable to make a success of himself without Ashford's continued guidance. Pride, essentially. The same pride that had driven him to open his own shop despite lacking the resources, the same pride that kept him working 2 jobs rather than seeking help. The same pride that led him to theft rather than honest negotiation. Pride, Mycroft murmured, is responsible for more foolish decisions than any other human emotion, with the possible exception of romantic love. What did you do? Watson asked quietly. I made him tea, Holmes said, and there was the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. Ashford kept a spirit lamp in his office for brewing samples of particular blends, testing how they performed under specific conditions. I heated water, made tea, and sat Fellows down to discuss his options. Lestrade's eyebrows rose. You didn't arrest him? Turn him over to the police? For what, precisely? He'd taken nothing of tangible value. The ledger remained in the shop. He'd made copies of information, which is ethically questionable but legally ambiguous. And more importantly, I believed I understood a better resolution than criminal prosecution. Which was, Watson prompted. I negotiated. Holmes's smile was slight but genuine. I told Fellows that I would inform Ashford of the intrusions but would recommend leniency on 2 conditions. First, that he returns his key and admits the full extent of his activities. Second, he approached Ashford honestly and proposed a formal arrangement, perhaps a licensing agreement where Fellows could use certain blends in exchange for a percentage of his profits, or some other mutually beneficial structure. And he agreed. Lestrade sounded sceptical. He wept, Holmes said simply. The relief of confession, I suppose, combined with exhaustion, and the realization that he'd been caught but offered mercy rather than prosecution. We sat in that storeroom until nearly 4 a.m, discussing the various formulas he'd copied, his shop's financial situation, and possible paths forward. Watson found himself leaning forward, caught in the story's human dimension, the recognition that Holmes's genius lay not just in observation, but in understanding the complicated machinery of human motivation and need. The next morning, Holmes continued, I accompanied Fellows to meet with Ashford. I explained the situation, or rather, I allowed Fellows to explain it while I provided corroborating details and served as mediator. Ashford was furious, initially. The betrayal of trust, the violation of his private knowledge. But he was also a pragmatic man, and more importantly, he remembered being young and struggling himself. They reached an agreement, Mycroft asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. They did. Ashford would provide Fellows with access to a selection of his blends, not the most exclusive but solid, reliable formulas that would elevate Fellows' offerings above his immediate competition. In exchange, Fellows would pay a percentage of his profits quarterly and would credit trained in the methods of C. Ashford in his shop's signage. It gave Fellows the foundation he needed and gave Ashford both income and the satisfaction of seeing his methods propagated by someone he'd trained. And young Wickham's ghost, Watson asked, was revealed to be decidedly corporeal. Wickham was vastly relieved. Apparently he'd been considering whether to seek employment elsewhere as the thought of working in a haunted establishment was affecting his sleep. When he learned the truth, his primary emotion seemed to be embarrassment at having been so frightened of what turned out to be a man in a grey coat. Lestrade had reopened his notebook and was making additional notes, though Watson suspected it was more from habit than any professional necessity. Tidy solution, the inspector said. Everyone benefits. No one prosecuted. Problem solved. Exactly so, Holmes agreed, though I'll note that it required Ashford to look past his initial anger and recognise that Fellows' desperation was not the same as malice, and it required Fellows to swallow his pride and accept help rather than continue his solitary struggle. The room had grown warmer with the telling, the fire built up with Mrs. Hudson's additional coal, and Watson realised that the story's resolution carried a particular satisfaction. Not the dramatic revelation of a villain, but the quieter triumph of people finding a way to accommodate each other's needs and weaknesses. So, Mycroft said, breaking the contemplative silence that had followed Holmes's conclusion, the question becomes, who among those involved would send anonymous letters 3 years later, reminding us all of the case? And with that simple question, the afternoon's earlier puzzle reasserted itself, pulling them from the comfortable past back into the peculiar present. The question hung in the air like pipe smoke, curling and expanding to fill the space between them. Outside, the rain had finally ceased, leaving behind that peculiar London silence that followed storms. A hush, broken only by the occasional drip of water from eaves and the distant sound of a hansom cab rattling over wet cobblestones. The lamps in the sitting room had burned lower, their light softer now, creating shadows that seemed to lean in to listen. Watson set down his teacup and reached for one of the sandwiches, discovering that contemplating mysteries created a particular kind of hunger, not urgent, but persistent. Who even knew the full story, he asked, biting into cold beef and mustard. I mean, beyond those directly involved. An excellent starting point, Holmes acknowledged, retrieving the letter from where it had been resting on the side table. Let us consider the dramatis personae. Cornelius Ashford, naturally, his wife, who learned of the situation after it was resolved, Marcus Fellows, young Thomas Wickham, myself, Watson, who was present for the initial consultation and the final resolution, and Lestrade, who I consulted regarding the legal implications of the arrangement. I don't recall being consulted, Lestrade protested mildly. You were consulted. You simply didn't realise it was consultation, because I phrased it as a hypothetical curiosity over lunch at that deplorable pie shop you favour near the yard. The Crown and Anchor serves excellent steak and kidney pie, and I'll thank you not to slander it. Lestrade's moustache twitched with suppressed amusement. But yes, I suppose you did describe a situation remarkably similar to the Ashford case, and ask whether such an arrangement would constitute criminal conspiracy or merely civil contract. And you informed me that provided no actual theft had occurred and both parties entered the agreement willingly, the law would likely consider it a private business matter rather than criminal enterprise. Mycroft had been listening with the patient attention of someone allowing others to catch up to conclusions he'd already reached. which brings us to 8 people, by my count, with knowledge of the case's particulars. 9, if we include Mrs. Hudson, who undoubtedly heard more than she pretended to while serving tea during Ashford's visits to Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said with certainty, hears everything that occurs in this building and retains it with perfect clarity. However, she also possesses discretion in inverse proportion to her knowledge, which is to say, absolute. As if summoned by mention of her name, the lady herself appeared in the doorway, arms crossed, expression conveying the particular disapproval of someone who had been listening from the hallway and taken exception to the conversation's direction. "I'll have you know," she said with the precision of someone delivering prepared remarks, "that I don't eavesdrop. I simply happen to be present in my own home while others conduct their business at volumes that would wake the dead 3 streets over. Of course, Mrs. Hudson," Watson said diplomatically. "No one would suggest otherwise." She surveyed the room, taking in the depleted sandwiches, the tea situation, and the general atmosphere of men settled in for a long evening of what she probably considered nonsense. "I suppose you'll be wanting supper at some point, or are you planning to subsist entirely on tobacco smoke and speculation?" "Supper would be most welcome," Mycroft said, speaking for the group with the authority of someone who considered regular meals a cornerstone of civilization. "If it's not too much trouble." "Everything is too much trouble, Mr. Mycroft, but I do it anyway because someone has to maintain standards." She turned to leave, then paused her hand on the doorframe. "And before you waste another hour theorizing, you might consider that your mysterious letter writer has already been identified by anyone with sense. It's perfectly obvious who sent them, and why." 4 pairs of eyes fixed on her with varying degrees of surprise. "You know who sent the letters?" Holmes's voice carried genuine interest rather than skepticism. "I do," she said calmly, "and I've known since you showed me that envelope 20 minutes after it arrived. But I also know that you gentlemen enjoy your elaborate deductions and explanations, so I've kept my peace while you work your way toward the answer at your own ponderous pace." With that, she departed, her footsteps descending the stairs with the measured tread of someone secure in the knowledge that she'd just upstaged 4 of London's supposedly keenest minds. The silence that followed was profound. "Well," Lestrade said finally, "that's humbling." "Indeed." Holmes stared at the doorway as if Mrs. Hudson might reappear and provide additional clues. Though knowing that she knows doesn't actually tell us what she knows. "A problem of epistemology," Mycroft observed. "We have confirmed the existence of a solution without possessing the solution itself." Deeply unsatisfying, Watson couldn't help but smile. "She's done this before, you know. Solved the puzzle while we're still establishing the parameters. I think she enjoys watching us flounder." "A woman of hidden depths and visible satisfaction in others' confusion," Holmes murmured. "But let us proceed as if we hadn't been informed of our own inadequacy. The question remains, who sent these letters?" He rose from his chair and began to pace, a habit that Watson recognised as indicating serious consideration. The sitting room wasn't particularly large, but Holmes had developed a route over the years that took him from the fireplace to the window, past the bookshelf, around Watson's chair, and back again in a roughly circular pattern that seemed to facilitate thought. "Let us approach this systematically," Holmes said, hands clasped behind his back. "The letters were sent to myself, Mycroft, and presumably Lestrade, though his hasn't arrived yet. 3 recipients, all involved in the case's resolution from different perspectives. The contents are nearly identical, with only minor variations in address and closing sentiment. Suggesting someone who wants all 3 of us to remember simultaneously," Mycroft added. "Or someone who wants us to compare notes," Lestrade suggested. "The letters are distinctive enough that each of us would mention receiving one if we happen to meet, which we have, almost immediately." "An excellent point, Inspector." Holmes paused in his pacing to refill his pipe from the Persian slipper. "The timing is also significant. 3 years and 7 months since the case concluded. Not an anniversary, that would be in October. Not a round number of years. So what makes this particular November afternoon the appropriate moment to send these reminders?" Watson had been considering the same question. Perhaps something's changed. One of the people involved, Ashford, Fellows, Wickham, maybe one of them has experienced some development that makes them want to reflect on the case? "Or thank us," Lestrade offered. The letter calls itself a reminder, but also expresses admiration. Could be someone whose life was materially improved by how the case was handled. Mycroft tapped ash from his cigar into the fireplace. Fellows would be the obvious candidate. He was the one most directly benefited by Sherlock's mediation. His shop presumably prospered under the arrangement with Ashford, and he might feel gratitude warranted expression. Possibly, Holmes said, though his tone suggested doubt. But would Fellows send a letter to you, Mycroft? You had no involvement in the case. Your knowledge of it came second-hand through my account. Unless, Watson said slowly, Fellows didn't know who was and wasn't involved. If he's operating from incomplete information, he might have assumed that any case handled by you would naturally involve your brother and the police. Logical but unlikely, Holmes replied, resuming his pacing. Fellows knew the specifics, who was present at which meetings, who negotiated what portions of the agreement. His knowledge was thorough, not assumed. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, and Watson rose to add more fuel, taking a moment to arrange the pieces properly while his mind worked through the possibilities. The case itself had been unusual in its resolution. No dramatic arrest, no courtroom denouement, just a quiet arrangement that satisfied everyone's needs. Who would want to commemorate that? What about Ashford, he suggested, returning to his chair. He was the aggrieved party initially. Perhaps he's looking back and recognising that the solution was better than prosecution would have been. Maybe he's experienced some event that's made him reflective about second chances and fair dealing. Lestrade nodded thoughtfully. Men of a certain age do tend toward that sort of retrospection, especially if there's been illness in the family, or some other reminder of mortality. Ashford would be 63 now, Holmes calculated. An age where one might indeed take stock of one's life and relationships. And he struck me as someone who valued proper acknowledgement. Sending letters to thank those who'd facilitated a beneficial outcome would align with his character. But again, Mycroft interjected, why me? Ashford never met me, never consulted with me. I'm extraneous to his narrative of events. Holmes stopped pacing and stood before the fire, his profile sharp in the lamplight. Unless the point isn't to thank specific individuals, but to create a gathering, to bring together the principals in a shared act of remembering. To what end? Watson asked. That, Holmes said quietly, is the question that troubles me most. The clock on the mantel chimed 6, its notes clear and precise, marking the passage of time that seemed to have accelerated during the afternoon's conversation. Below, the sounds of Mrs. Hudson preparing supper filtered up, the clank of pots, the sizzle of something being fried, the warm sense of cooking that made the sitting room feel even more like a refuge from the world outside. Mycroft had risen and moved to the window, looking out at the street below where the gas lamps were now fully lit, casting their pools of yellow light onto the wet pavement. There's another possibility we haven't considered, he said, his voice thoughtful. What if the letters aren't from someone involved in the original case at all, but from someone who learned about it subsequently and found it sufficiently interesting to warrant investigation or recreation? You're suggesting someone read Watson's notes? Holmes turned to face his brother. I'm suggesting that 3 years is ample time for stories to spread, for accounts to be shared in conversation or correspondence. The case had unusual features. The ghost that wasn't, the thief who became a business partner, the detective who negotiated rather than prosecuted. It's the sort of story people repeat, especially in certain circles. Lestrade shifted in his chair. I may have mentioned it once or twice at the Yard. Not with names or specifics, but as an example of alternative dispute resolution. There's a movement in some quarters to explore options beyond traditional prosecution for certain categories of offence. And I, Mycroft admitted, may have referenced it in a policy memorandum regarding commercial espionage and intellectual property theft. Again, anonymised, but the general outline was there for anyone who knew how to read between the lines. Watson felt a flush of embarrassment creeping up his neck. I may have drafted a narrative account for possible publication, though I haven't actually published it yet. But I did show the draft to my literary agent and to a few friends who offered editorial suggestions. Holmes turned his gaze on Watson, one eyebrow raised. Watson. In my defence, I changed all the names. Ashford became Arlington, Fellows became Forrester, and the shop was relocated to Bristol rather than the Strand. Nevertheless, the essential elements remained recognisable to anyone familiar with the actual events. Well, yes, but that's rather the point of writing accounts of your cases. People want to read about the real thing, just slightly fictionalised for discretion. Holmes sighed, though there was more amusement than annoyance in the sound. So we have potentially dozens of people with varying levels of knowledge about the case, any of whom might have decided that assembling the original participants would be an interesting exercise. Or a test, Mycroft suggested. Someone wishing to see if we could deduce the letter writer's identity from the act of writing itself. A puzzle within a puzzle. That seems unnecessarily elaborate, Lestrade said. You say that, Mycroft replied, as if elaborate puzzles are somehow unusual in our family's experience. Watson had been half listening to this exchange while his mind worried at a different thread. The letters mentioned specific details, he said. The Turkish blend, the missing ledger, the apprentice seeing a ghost at 2:30. Those weren't in my draft. I kept the account more general. So whoever wrote these letters had access to information beyond what I'd written. Holmes's eyes narrowed. What exactly did your draft include? The general outline. A specialist shop, a mysterious intruder, a resolution through negotiation. But I left out the specific tobacco types, the exact time of Wickham's encounter, even the day of the week pattern. I thought those details were too identifying. So our letter writer either had access to other sources of information, Holmes said, or was present for events not captured in Watson's sanitised account. Which brings us back to the original 8 or 9 people with direct knowledge, Lestrade concluded. Mycroft had returned to his chair and was regarding his cigar with the expression of someone using it as a prop for thought, rather than smoking it for pleasure. Let's approach this differently. What would each of the potential letter writers gain from sending these reminders? Ashford, Holmes began, would gain the satisfaction of acknowledging a successful resolution, and perhaps maintaining connections with people who'd helped him. Fellows would gain an opportunity to express gratitude and possibly strengthen relationships that had proven beneficial. Wickham gains nothing obvious. He was peripheral to the case's resolution, and unlikely to invest effort in anonymous correspondence. Mrs. Ashford, Watson suggested, even more peripheral than Wickham. She learned of the situation after it was resolved and had no direct involvement. Which leaves, Mycroft said slowly, the 3 people in this room, plus Mrs. Hudson, who has already claimed to know the answer. We're not seriously suggesting that one of us sent anonymous letters to the others as some sort of elaborate jest. Lestrade's tone mixed disbelief with the weary recognition that in Holmes's orbit, such things were not actually impossible. Not a jest, Holmes murmured, his gaze distant, but perhaps a test, or a lesson, or ... quote. He trailed off, his attention caught by something only he could perceive. The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson entered bearing a tray laden with covered dishes that released steam and savoury scents into the room. Supper, she announced, setting the tray on the table with the firmness of someone who expected it to be appreciated. Beef stew, fresh bread, and if you're very good and stop talking nonsense, there's apple tart for after. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said, his voice carrying an unusual gentleness, you claim to know who sent the letters. I did, and I do. She began arranging plates and cutlery with practised efficiency. Would you share that knowledge with 4 men who've spent the better part of the afternoon stumbling toward a conclusion that apparently remains obvious only to you? She paused, a serving spoon in hand, and looked at each of them in turn. Holmes with his restless intelligence, Watson with his loyal curiosity, Lestrade with his practical scepticism, Mycroft with his calculating assessment. Her expression softened slightly, taking on the quality of someone regarding particularly slow but ultimately teachable students. I'll give you a hint, she said. The answer isn't who benefits from remembering. It's in who benefits from the gathering. You've all been so focused on the past that you've missed what's happening in the present. And with that cryptic statement, she departed once more, leaving 4 of London's supposedly brilliant minds to contemplate their supper and their continued inadequacy in the face of a landlady's superior wisdom. The stew was excellent, thick with tender beef, carrots soft enough to yield to a fork but not so soft as to have surrendered all texture, potatoes that had absorbed the rich gravy, and a depth of flavour that spoke of long, slow cooking, and the kind of attention that couldn't be rushed. Watson ate with the focused appreciation of someone who'd learned, through years of irregular meals and military rations, never to take good food for granted. Across from him, Lestrade was doing much the same, while Holmes picked at his portion with the distracted air of someone whose mind was too occupied for appetite to assert itself properly. Mycroft, predictably, ate with the methodical precision of someone for whom meals were serious business, worthy of full attention and proper technique. He'd positioned his chair to face the fire, his plate balanced on his knee, and was working through the stew with the systematic approach he brought to most endeavours. Vegetables first, then meat, then a piece of bread to collect the remaining gravy. Mrs. Hudson's hint hung in the air between them, as present as the pipe smoke and the scent of beef and herbs. The answer isn't who benefits from remembering, it's in who benefits from the gathering. Watson finished his stew and set the plate aside, reaching for the breadbasket. "She's right, you know," he said, breaking the contemplative silence. "We've been treating this as if the letters were about the past case, but they're not, are they? They're about bringing us together this afternoon." "An elaborate method of arranging a social gathering," Lestrade observed, sopping up gravy with a piece of bread. "Why not simply send invitations? Tea at Baker Street Thursday afternoon. Please bring memories of the Ashford case." "Because invitations can be declined," Holmes said quietly, setting down his barely touched plate. "Curiosity, however, compels attendance. An anonymous letter referencing a peculiar case creates questions that demand answers, and those questions inevitably lead to—" He gestured at the room, at the four of them assembled around the fire. "To this," Mycroft finished. "A gathering that might not have occurred through conventional social mechanisms." Watson considered this, turning it over in his mind like a puzzle box, examining it from different angles. So someone wanted the four of us, or at least some combination of us, together in the same room. The question becomes, why? What's accomplished by having us, all here discussing a 3-year-old case? "Perhaps," Holmes said, rising to resume his pacing, "the case itself is less important than what it represents, or what it can teach." "Teach whom?" Lestrade had produced his notebook again, though whether he was making official notes or simply using documentation as a thinking aid was unclear. Holmes paused by the window, looking out at the street below where evening had fully settled, transforming London into a landscape of light and shadow, the gas lamps marking pathways through darkness like terrestrial constellations. "Consider what we've done this afternoon," he said. "We've shared a story. Collaboratively reconstructed events from multiple perspectives. Each of us contributed different elements. I provided the investigative details. Lestrade added the legal context. Mycroft offered the policy implications. Watson gave the human dimension." "A collective reminiscence," Mycroft said thoughtfully. "Each participant holding different pieces of the whole." "Exactly so. And in the process of sharing those pieces, we've created something more complete than any individual account would have been." Holmes turned from the window, his eyes bright with the particular intensity that meant he was approaching understanding. What if that's the point? Not to remind us of the case, but to demonstrate the value of shared perspective, of collaborative reconstruction. Watson felt something click into place in his mind. Someone is teaching us something about memory and narrative, or testing whether we can recognise the lesson when it's presented, Mycroft added, a pedagogical exercise disguised as nostalgia. Lestrade was frowning, his pencil still. That sounds like the sort of thing an academic would do, or someone with a philosophical bent. Who among our original cast of characters fits that description? Ashford was practical, commercial, Holmes said, ticking off on his fingers. Fellows was desperate, focused on survival. Wickham was young, imaginative, but not intellectual. Mrs. Ashford was... He paused. "Actually, I know very little about Mrs. Ashford. She appeared briefly during the final negotiations, offered tea, and otherwise maintained a dignified silence." "The Invisible Woman," Watson murmured. present but not participating. Which could mean she was uninterested, Mycroft suggested, or it could mean she was observing, gathering information, forming impressions, understanding dynamics without announcing her presence in the conversation. Holmes had gone very still, that particular motionless quality that indicated rapid internal calculation. Mrs. Ashford, he said slowly, was a schoolteacher before her marriage. Retired from the profession when she wed, but Ashford mentioned that she'd maintained her interest in education, particularly in methods of instruction and learning. How very interesting, Mycroft said. And you're only remembering this now. It seemed irrelevant to the case at hand. Ashford mentioned it in passing during one of our conversations. He was explaining why his wife had insisted on personally reviewing the agreement with fellows, ensuring it was clearly worded and comprehensible to all parties. He said she had a teacher's instinct for identifying confusion and clarifying terms. Watson leaned forward. A teacher who specialised in methods of instruction, who witnessed a case resolved through collaboration and understanding rather than punishment, who might see, 3 years later, value in bringing the participants back together to reflect on what had been accomplished. But why anonymously? Lestrade asked. If she wanted to arrange a reunion, why not simply write openly and invite us? Because, Holmes said, a smile beginning to form, the method is part of the lesson. Anonymous letters create a puzzle. Puzzles demand solutions, and in solving this particular puzzle, we've spent the afternoon doing exactly what Mrs. Ashford might have hoped, sharing perspectives, building collective understanding, appreciating the value of collaborative rather than solitary thinking. Mycroft had set aside his empty plate and was regarding Holmes with an expression that mixed approval and mild exasperation. You're suggesting that a 63-year-old retired schoolteacher orchestrated this entire afternoon as an educational demonstration. I'm suggesting it's consistent with the available evidence. It's also, Watson added, rather brilliant. If we'd received straightforward invitations to reminisce about the Ashford case, would any of us have come? Would we have invested this much time and attention? Lestrade closed his notebook with a soft snap. I'd have been at the yard doing paperwork. Mycroft would have been at his club. Holmes would have been firing bullets into the wall out of boredom. No offence, Doctor, but you'd probably have been organising your socks or some equally pressing domestic task. I'll have... You know, my socks are impeccably organised already, Watson replied with mock dignity. But your point stands. We wouldn't have gathered spontaneously, and we certainly wouldn't have spent hours discussing a closed case with no apparent urgency. Holmes had moved to the desk where Watson kept his correspondence, and was rifling through papers with the casual disregard for others' organisational systems that Watson had learned to tolerate, if not appreciate. When did you last see Ashford? He asked, not looking up from his search. The Ashford case? 3 years ago, as we've established. No, I mean Cornelius Ashford himself. When did you last encounter him personally? Watson thought back, sifting through 3 years of cases, consultations, and the general blur of London life. I don't believe I have. Not since the case concluded. You? I passed his shop perhaps 6 months ago and noted that it appeared to be under new management. The signage had changed. Still a tobacco merchant, but a different name entirely. I meant to inquire, but became distracted by other matters. Mycroft's expression had shifted, becoming more intent. You're suggesting Ashford sold the business? Or close it? Or ... quote. Holmes trailed off, then turned to address them all directly. Or died. Which would explain the timing of these letters. Not an anniversary of the case's conclusion, but a marker of some other significant event. The room seemed to grow quieter, the fire's crackling suddenly more pronounced in the silence. If Ashford died, Watson said slowly, and Mrs. Ashford was left to settle his affairs, she might have found herself reflecting on his career, his relationships, the cases that defined his later years. And this particular case, the one that ended not with legal conflict but with creative resolution, might have struck her as especially significant. Particularly if her late husband had spoken of it fondly, Mycroft added, if he'd viewed it as an example of how problems could be solved through understanding rather than punishment, through collaboration rather than competition. Lestrade had reopened his notebook and was making rapid notes. I can check the records tomorrow, see if there's a death certificate for Cornelius Ashford in the past few months. That sort of information is easy enough to obtain." "I suspect you'll find one," Holmes said quietly. "Dated perhaps 2 or 3 months ago. Long enough for Mrs. Ashford to have processed the initial shock of loss, begun settling the estate, and decided to honour her husband's memory by creating this gathering, this moment of shared reflection." Watson felt a wave of something that wasn't quite sadness, but was related to it. A recognition of mortality, of the passage of time, of the way lives intersected and then diverged, leaving only memory as evidence of connection. "She wanted us to remember him," he said, "not just the case, but the man himself. The person who chose understanding over prosecution, who gave fellows a second chance, who valued his craft enough to protect it, but was flexible enough to share it when presented with good reason. And in doing so," Mycroft observed, "she's created a rather elegant tribute. Better than a funeral oration or a memorial notice in the Times. She's made us active participants in remembering, rather than passive recipients of information." Holmes had returned to his chair and was staring into the fire, his expression distant. "There's something else," he said after a moment. "Something I'm missing. The letters were addressed specifically to each of us. Myself, Mycroft, Lestrade. 3 different recipients, 3 different locations. That suggests Mrs. Ashford had detailed knowledge not just of the case, but of where to find us years later." "Your address hasn't changed," Watson pointed out. "True. But Mycroft could be reached at any number of locations, his office, his club, his residence. She chose the Diogenes Club specifically, which suggests knowledge of his habits and preferences. And Lestrade, she would have needed to know he was still at Scotland Yard, still active in the same position, suggesting ongoing observation, Mycroft said. Or access to information about our current circumstances. Or, came Mrs. Hudson's voice from the doorway, where she'd appeared silently bearing the promised apple tart, suggesting that she asked someone who would know where to find you all. Someone who maintains current knowledge of your whereabouts and activities. Someone who might have been consulted about the best way to arrange this gathering, 4 pairs of eyes fixed on her with varying degrees of realization. Mrs. Hudson Holmes said carefully, "Are you telling us that you've been in communication with Mrs. Ashford?" "I'm telling you," she replied, setting down the tart and beginning to slice it with practiced efficiency, "that when a woman wrote to me 3 weeks ago asking after your current address and whether you might be amenable to reflecting on an old case, I saw no harm in providing the information, particularly when she explained her husband had recently passed and she wished to honour his memory by bringing together the people who'd helped him during a difficult time. You knew," Watson said. "This entire time, you've known exactly who sent the letters and why." "Of course I knew. I just told you. She wrote to me first, explained her intentions, and asked for my assistance in locating the appropriate recipients. I gave her your addresses, confirmed you were all still active in your respective positions, and suggested that anonymous letters would be more likely to create the kind of engaged curiosity she was hoping for." Lestrade was staring at her with something approaching awe. "You orchestrated this entire afternoon." "I facilitated," Mrs. Hudson corrected, handing him a plate bearing a generous slice of tart. "Mrs. Ashford conceived the idea and wrote the letters. I merely ensured they reached their intended recipients and provided the appropriate atmosphere for reflection once you all inevitably converged here. Tea, scones, sandwiches, a warm fire. These things don't arrange themselves, you know." Holmes accepted his own plate with a slight shake of his head. "And you let us spend the entire afternoon theorizing, deducing, constructing elaborate explanations when you knew the answer from the beginning." "I did," she agreed cheerfully. "Because watching the 4 of you demonstrate your much-vaunted deductive abilities while completely missing the obvious is one of life's great pleasures. Besides, Mrs. Ashford's goal was to create a shared experience of remembering, and you've certainly accomplished that. You've spent hours discussing the case, sharing perspectives, and building collective understanding. The fact that you took the long route to discovering who arranged it doesn't diminish the value of the journey." Mycroft was laughing, a genuine, full-bodied sound that Watson had rarely heard from the elder Holmes. "She's absolutely right," he said once he'd recovered. We've been thoroughly outmanoeuvred by two women who understood human nature better than we understand criminal behaviour. Mrs. Ashford, Watson said thoughtfully, eating his tart, which was excellent. Tart apples balanced with just enough sugar, a crust that was both flaky and sturdy. Sounds like a remarkable person. I regret not having had more opportunities to know her during the original case. She is remarkable, Mrs. Hudson said, taking a seat herself now that everyone had been served, a sign Watson knew that she considered the formal portion of her duties complete and was willing to join the conversation as an equal rather than as a service provider. And she's also sitting in my kitchen downstairs, where she's been waiting for the past hour for you to finish your elaborate deductions and come to the conclusion she knew you'd eventually reach. The silence that followed was absolute. She's here. Holmes's voice was carefully controlled, but Watson could hear the surprise beneath it. In this building. Now. Has been since shortly after Mycroft arrived. She wanted to be certain everyone had gathered before making her presence known. Also, she was concerned that if she appeared too early, it would short-circuit the process of collective reminiscence she was hoping to facilitate. Mrs. Hudson stood, brushing crumbs from her apron. I'll tell her you're ready to receive her, shall I? Or do you need another hour to deduce that the appropriate response is, yes, please, Mrs. Hudson. We'd be delighted to meet the woman who's been teaching us lessons in humility all afternoon, the former Holmes said. Definitely the former good choice. Mrs. Hudson moved toward the door, then paused. And gentlemen? Do try to be gracious. She's recently widowed. She's spent considerable effort arranging this afternoon, and she's invested emotionally in the hope that you'd appreciate both the gesture and the lesson it contains, so perhaps save your ego's wounded pride for after she's gone. With that gentle admonishment she departed, her footsteps descending the stairs. Watson looked at Holmes, then at Mycroft, then at Lestrade. We've been schooled, he said, thoroughly and completely schooled. By a retired teacher and our landlady, Lestrade added. I'm almost impressed. Almost, because I'm mostly just embarrassed don't be Mycroft, said, finishing his tart with evident satisfaction. This has been an unexpectedly valuable afternoon. I'd forgotten the case's details, and the refresher has been both pleasant and instructive. Moreover, Mrs. Ashford's method, creating curiosity, allowing us to work toward understanding collaboratively, is pedagogically sound. She's demonstrated principles of effective teaching while simultaneously honouring her late husband's memory. It's rather elegant, really. Holmes had set aside his tart and was adjusting his jacket, smoothing his hair, small gestures that suggested he was preparing to make a good impression, which was itself notable. Holmes rarely cared about impressions. She'll be expecting us to have learned something, he said, beyond simply identifying her as the letter writer. What have we learned? Watson considered this seriously. That solving problems collaboratively often produces better outcomes than solitary effort. Those second chances, properly structured, benefit everyone involved. That the method of teaching matters as much as the content being taught. That... He was interrupted by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. 2 sets now, Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread, and another, lighter but steady, accompanied by the soft tap of a walking stick. The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson re-entered, followed by a woman who embodied the particular dignity that came from years of standing before classrooms and maintaining authority through presence rather than volume. Mrs. Ashford was indeed 63, her grey hair arranged simply beneath a modest hat, her black dress marking her recent widowhood, but her eyes, sharp, intelligent, warmly amused, suggested someone fully engaged with the present rather than lost in grief. Gentlemen, she said, her voice carrying the trained clarity of someone accustomed to being heard, thank you for indulging an old woman's somewhat elaborate scheme. I do hope the afternoon hasn't been entirely wasted. 4 men rose to their feet in unconscious synchrony, and Holmes stepped forward first, offering a slight bow that managed to convey both respect and acknowledgement of having been fairly beaten at his own game. Mrs. Ashford, he said, the afternoon has been anything but wasted, and I believe I speak for all of us when I say that your husband was a fortunate man to have had such a remarkable partner. Please join us. There's tea, there's tart, and there's a fire that's warm enough for storytelling, particularly stories we might have missed the first time around. And as Mrs. Ashford smiled and accepted the chair that Watson had hastily cleared for her, the sitting room at 221B Baker Street transformed once more, no longer just a gathering of men reminiscing about a closed case, but a proper memorial, a celebration of memory and connection, and a lesson in the art of bringing people together through the simple but profound act of shared story. Mrs. Ashford settled into the chair with the grace of someone accustomed to being the centre of attention without requiring it, the kind of natural authority that came from decades of managing classrooms full of children who could detect insincerity from across a room. She accepted the cup of tea that Watson poured for her, added a small amount of milk with precise movements, and took a sip before setting the cup down and regarding each of them in turn with eyes that missed very little. "I should begin," she said with an apology. "I've put you all to considerable trouble this afternoon manufacturing mystery where none truly existed, creating puzzles out of simple sentiment. It was, I confess, partly a teacher's habit. I've always believed people learn more thoroughly when they work toward understanding, rather than simply receiving information, and partly a widow's indulgence. I wanted to honour my husband's memory, and this seemed a more meaningful tribute than flowers or memorial notices." "No apology is necessary," Holmes said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. "Your method was sound, your execution flawless, and the afternoon has been considerably more enriching than most I've spent recently. Though I am curious, how did you come to conceive this particular approach?" Mrs. Ashford smiled, and it transformed her face, revealing the younger woman she must have been, the teacher who'd commanded respect through warmth and intelligence rather than sternness. "Cornelius spoke of the case often," she said. "Not obsessively, you understand, but it clearly held significance for him. He would mention it when reading about some criminal prosecution in the newspapers, or when discussing business ethics with fellow merchants. There's another way, he'd say. There's always another way if people are willing to look for it. He meant your resolution, Mr. Holmes. The way you transformed what could have been a vindictive prosecution into an arrangement that benefited everyone involved." She paused to sip her tea, and the room was silent except for the fire's gentle crackling and the distant sounds of London settling into evening. Carriages passing, voices calling good night to the city's perpetual low hum of activity. "When he died," she continued, her voice steady despite the weight of the subject, "it was quite sudden. His heart, the doctor said. He was in the shop one moment, arranging a display of new arrivals, and the next he was gone. No pain, no prolonged suffering, which I suppose is a mercy. But it left me with the task of settling his affairs, and in doing so I found myself going through his papers, his records, his memories preserved in ledgers and correspondence." Watson felt his throat tighten slightly. He'd experienced enough loss, in Afghanistan, in his medical practice, in the general course of living, to recognise the particular quality of grief in her voice, the way it existed alongside acceptance, neither overwhelming nor absent. "Among his papers," Mrs. Ashford went on, "I found a letter he'd begun but never finished. It was addressed to you, Mr. Holmes, thanking you for your intervention in the fellow's matter, and noting that the arrangement you'd facilitated had prospered beyond his initial expectations. Fellows had become not just a business partner, but a friend. The quarterly payments had been regular, the credit to Cornelius's methods had brought new customers, and the whole situation had validated his belief that forgiveness and opportunity were better investments than punishment and resentment." Holmes had gone very still, his expression difficult to read in the lamplight. He never sent the letter? He'd written it perhaps a year ago, then apparently set it aside, possibly intending to refine it, or possibly simply distracted by other matters. Cornelius had a habit of beginning correspondence and then forgetting about it for weeks at a time. She smiled sadly. "I found 17 such letters in his desk, all at various stages of completion, some to customers, some to suppliers, one to his sister in Manchester that was 3 pages of news from 2 years ago that she'd already received through other channels." Lestrade shifted in his chair, his notebook now closed and resting on his knee. "So you decided to finish what he'd started?" To send the thanks he'd meant to express? Not exactly. I considered simply sending his letter as I'd found it, but that felt incomplete somehow, insufficient. And then I remembered a lesson I'd used in my teaching years, the value of collaborative learning, of people coming together to build understanding through shared experience rather than individual study. She looked at each of them again, her gaze thoughtful. I wanted to create something more than a simple thank you letter. I wanted to gather the people who'd been part of that experience and give them an opportunity to remember together, to see the case from multiple perspectives, to appreciate the complexity of what had been accomplished. Mycroft had been listening with the focused attention he brought to matters of genuine interest, and now he spoke, his voice carrying its characteristic precision. You understood that the value wasn't just in the case's resolution, but in the process, the way different forms of expertise combined to create an outcome superior to what any single approach would have achieved. Exactly so, Mr. Holmes, Mrs. Ashford said, and Watson noticed she didn't need to specify which Mr. Holmes she was addressing. There was a subtle difference in her tone that made the distinction clear. Your brother provided the investigative insight. You offered the governmental and policy perspective. Inspector Lestrade contributed the legal framework. And Dr. Watson, she turned to him with particular warmth, you provided the human dimension, the understanding that people are more than their mistakes, that context matters, that second chances are not weakness but wisdom. Watson felt absurdly pleased by this characterization, even as he recognized it was probably more generous than accurate. I'm not sure I did anything so profound. I mostly took notes and made tea. You listened, Mrs. Ashford corrected gently, and listening is perhaps the most profound thing one person can do for another. Cornelius mentioned that specifically, that Dr. Watson had listened to Fellowes' story with genuine sympathy rather than judgment, and that it had helped Fellowes articulate his situation honestly, rather than defensively. The room had taken on a quality of stillness that wasn't uncomfortable, but was certainly profound, the sense of a moment that mattered, that would be remembered. The fire had burned down again to glowing coals, and Watson rose to add more fuel, grateful for the small task that gave his hand something to do, while his mind processed the afternoon's revelations. You said the arrangement with Fellowes prospered. Holmes prompted. Did Ashford maintain contact with him beyond the business relationship? Oh, yes. They became quite friendly, actually. Fellowes would visit the shop monthly to deliver his payment, and they'd spend hours discussing new blends, comparing notes on customer preferences, sharing what Cornelius called the intelligence of the trade. Fellowes' shop in Whitechapel developed its own reputation, not competing with Cornelius's clientele, you understand, but serving its own community with increasing success. And Fellowes himself, Watson asked. How did he fare? Mrs. Ashford's expression brightened. Remarkably well. The arrangement gave him the foundation he needed, and he built on it with genuine dedication. Within 2 years, he had expanded his shop, hired his own apprentice, and begun developing his own experimental blends using Cornelius's methods, but adapted to his customers' preferences. He married, had a daughter, and became quite established in his neighbourhood. Cornelius was tremendously proud of him. Felt, I think, that helping Fellowes succeed was one of the best things he'd done in his career. Lestrade was smiling now, the particular smile of someone hearing that justice had worked out properly, that the system, when applied with wisdom rather than rigidity, could produce outcomes that benefited everyone. Did Fellowes know about Ashford's death? He did. He attended the funeral along with his wife and daughter, brought a wreath made entirely of tobacco flowers, a peculiar tribute perhaps, but touching in its specificity. And afterward, he sought me out to express his gratitude, not just for Cornelius's partnership, but for the second chance that had made everything else possible. She paused, her fingers tracing the rim of her teacup. He said something I found particularly moving. He said that Cornelius had taught him that mistakes don't define us. What defines us is what we build after the mistake, what we learn, how we grow. Holmes had closed his eyes, and Watson recognized the expression. It was the look Holmes wore when processing information that engaged his emotions as well as his intellect, when the human dimension of a case became too present to analyze with pure detachment, Your husband, Holmes said quietly, opening his eyes, was a better man than most, and this afternoon, this gathering you've arranged is a tribute worthy of him." Mrs. Ashford's eyes had grown bright, though whether with tears or simply the firelight's reflection, Watson couldn't quite tell. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. That means more than you might imagine, but I should also confess that I had another motive beyond simple memorization. I wanted to thank you all personally, and I wanted to do so in a way that demonstrated what you'd accomplished. Not just solving a mystery or preventing a prosecution, but creating a model for how conflicts might be resolved." "A pedagogical demonstration," Mycroft murmured, "using our own experience to teach us about the value of what we'd created." "Precisely. And also," she hesitated, then seemed to make a decision, "also to ask a favour, though I'll understand entirely if you decline." The four men waited, and Watson found himself leaning forward slightly, curious what request might follow such an elaborate setup. "I've been writing an account of Cornelius's life," Mrs. Ashford said. "Not for publication. I'm no writer, and the world has little need for another merchant's biography, but for our nieces and nephews, for Fellows's daughter, for anyone who might want to know who Cornelius was and what he stood for. And the centrepiece of that account is the Fellow's case, the way it demonstrated Cornelius's values, his willingness to trust in better outcomes, his belief in redemption and second chances." She looked directly at Watson now. "Dr. Watson, I understand you write accounts of Mr. Holmes's cases. Mrs. Hudson mentioned you drafted something about this particular matter but hadn't published it. I wondered, and please, this is entirely presumptuous of me to ask, whether you might allow me to read your account, not to copy or publish, but to see how someone else viewed the events, to fill in details I might have missed, to understand more fully what happened during the parts Cornelius didn't witness personally." Watson glanced at Holmes, who gave the slightest of nods, then back to Mrs. Ashford. "Of course," he said, "I'd be honoured. Though I should warn you that my draft is rather rough, and I took some liberties with names and locations to protect privacy. I'd expect nothing less. And rough drafts often contain more truth than polished ones, the writer's genuine reactions before they've been edited into respectability." She smiled. "Would it be terribly inconvenient if I asked to read it now? I'm staying with my sister in Kensington through the weekend, and I'd love to have it to read this evening if that's possible." Watson was already moving toward his desk, rifling through the stack of manuscripts and notes that accumulated there despite his periodic attempts at organisation. "It's here somewhere," he muttered, shifting papers. "I keep meaning to file things properly, but cases come in, and urgency supersedes order, and here it is." He extracted a sheaf of papers, perhaps 20 pages in his own handwriting with various corrections and marginalia, and handed it to Mrs. Ashford. "As I said, it's rough. And I changed your husband to Mr. Arlington and the shop to Bristol, but otherwise the essential facts are accurate." She accepted the manuscript with the reverence of someone receiving something precious. "Thank you, Dr. Watson. I'll take excellent care of it and return it within the week, along with any thoughts I might have, though I promise not to offer editorial suggestions unless requested." "Suggestions would be welcome," Watson said honestly. "You were there in a way I wasn't. Your perspective would strengthen the account considerably." Mrs. Hudson, who'd been observing from her position near the door with the satisfied expression of someone watching a plan unfold exactly as intended, chose this moment to interject. "Will you stay for supper, Mrs. Ashford? There's plenty, and you'd be most welcome." Mrs. Ashford shook her head gently. "You're very kind, but I've imposed enough on everyone's afternoon, and my sister will be expecting me. She worries if I'm late, especially now that I'm navigating London alone rather than with Cornelius." She stood, and the men rose with her automatically. "But I'm deeply grateful for your time, your patience with my elaborate scheme, and your willingness to indulge an old woman's sentiment." Not old Lestrade said gallantly, and the scheme was brilliant. "I'll be telling this story at the Yard for weeks. How we all got thoroughly outsmarted by two women who understood human nature better than we understand criminal investigation." "You'll tell no such thing," Holmes said mildly. "Or at least you'll tell it in a way that makes us sound slightly less foolish than we actually were." "Make no promises," Lestrade replied, grinning. Mrs. Ashford had gathered her shawl and was preparing to depart, but she paused, looking at Holmes with an expression of gentle inquiry. "Mr. Holmes, may I ask, what became of the letter, the one Cornelius began but never finished?" Holmes reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a folded piece of paper that Watson hadn't seen him take from anywhere. "I presumed you'd want it returned," he said, "so I took the liberty of retrieving it from your reticule while you were being seated. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion." For a moment Mrs. Ashford simply stared at him. Then she laughed, a genuine delighted sound that filled the room with warmth. "You pickpocketed me? A 63-year-old widow?" "Borrowed temporarily," Holmes corrected, his eyes twinkling, "and only to demonstrate that some habits are difficult to break, even in the service of being appropriately respectful." She took the letter, shaking her head in amused exasperation. "Mrs. Hudson warned me you were incorrigible." Among other things, Mrs. Hudson agreed, but he means well. Mostly the goodbyes that followed were warm, slightly prolonged in the way that occurs when people who've shared something meaningful are reluctant to let the moment end completely. Mrs. Ashford shook hands with each of them, thanked Mrs. Hudson for her assistance and hospitality, and made her way down the stairs with Watson accompanying her to ensure she got safely to the street where a cab could be hailed. When Watson returned to the sitting room, he found the three remaining men had settled back into their chairs, with the relaxed posture of people who'd passed through something together and were now processing its implications. "Well," he said, reclaiming his seat. "That was unexpected, was it?" Mycroft asked. "I thought Mrs. Hudson's hints were fairly explicit, once one learned to interpret them properly." "You didn't interpret them any faster than the rest of us," Lestrade pointed out. "True, but I enjoyed watching everyone else fail to interpret them, which provided its own satisfaction." Holmes had retrieved his pipe and was in the process of relighting it, the familiar ritual seeming to ground him after the afternoon's emotional complexities. "Mrs. Ashford," he said once the tobacco was drawing properly, "is a remarkable woman." Cornelius was indeed fortunate they both were, Watson said. "That's what struck me most, the sense of a genuine partnership. She understood what mattered to him, honoured it in a way that was both personal and pedagogical, and created something meaningful out of loss." The fire had built up again from Watson's recent additions, and the room was warm, almost drowsy with comfort, and the pleasant exhaustion that came from sustained mental engagement. Outside, London had settled into its evening rhythms. The theatre crowds would be gathering, restaurants filling, while in other quarters the night shift was beginning, the city's nocturnal population emerging to take over from the day's workers. Lestrade stretched his joints, audibly protesting, and checked his pocket watch. "I should be getting back to the yard. There's probably a stack of reports that's grown sentient in my absence." "Stay," Holmes said. "The reports will wait. They always do. And I find myself in no hurry to end this particular gathering." It was. Watson reflected an unusual sentiment from Holmes, who generally preferred solitude to company once a case was concluded or a puzzle solved. But perhaps that was the point. This hadn't been a case in the traditional sense, and its solution had created connection rather than simply resolving a mystery. "I'll stay for one more cup of tea," Lestrade decided, "but then I really must go, or tomorrow's paperwork will be joined by today's incomplete repo, and the whole mess will become actively hostile." Mrs. Hudson appeared with fresh tea, as if she'd been waiting for exactly this decision, and Watson was struck again by her uncanny ability to anticipate needs before they were articulated. She poured for everyone, settled herself back into her chair. She'd clearly decided her role as servant had ended, and her role as participant had begun, and regarded them all with satisfaction. "You did well," she announced. "All of you." "Took longer than I'd hoped to reach the obvious conclusion, but you got there eventually, and the journey was worth observing. High praise from someone who orchestrated our confusion," Holmes said dryly. "I facilitated Mrs. Ashford's plan. There's a difference." She sipped her tea primly. "And you should all be grateful. How often do you get the opportunity to reflect on past successes, to be reminded that your work matters beyond the immediate resolution? Cases close. Criminals are caught or reformed, and you move on to the next problem without pausing to consider the lasting impact of what you've done. Mycroft made a sound of agreement. She's not wrong. We're all guilty of treating each matter as discrete, complete unto itself, without acknowledging the ripples that extend outward from our decisions. Fellows married, had a daughter, built a successful business, Watson said. All because Holmes chose mediation over prosecution. That's not just solving a case, that's changing a life. Possibly several lives if you count Fellows' wife and child. The apprentice he eventually hired the customers his shop serves, and Ashford Lestrade added, he got to spend his final years knowing he'd done something generous, something that aligned with his values. That's worth more than the satisfaction of seeing someone punished. I'd imagine Holmes was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire, with an expression that suggested he was turning something over in his mind, examining it from different angles. I wonder, he said finally, whether I've been too focused on the puzzle and not enough on the people within it. Cases are intellectually satisfying. The challenge of observation, deduction, the pleasure of seeing patterns emerge from chaos. But Mrs. Ashford's reminder suggests that the real measure isn't how cleverly a mystery is solved, but what happens afterward, whether the solution creates more good than the problem creates harm. Watson felt something shift in the room, a subtle change in atmosphere that suggested they'd moved from discussing a specific case to something larger, more fundamental. You're reconsidering your methods, he asked carefully. Not reconsidering, expanding perhaps, recognizing that there are dimensions to this work, beyond the immediate satisfaction of being right. Holmes drew on his pipe, exhaled slowly. The Ashford case succeeded because I looked beyond the simple question of who is stealing to the more complex question of why and of what outcome serves everyone's interests. Most cases don't allow for that. Most criminals aren't desperate shopkeepers copying formulas, but predators who've chosen to harm others for gain or pleasure. But some might benefit from the same approach. Lestrade was nodding slowly. There's been talk at the Yard about alternatives to prosecution for certain offences, restitution programmes, rehabilitation efforts, ways of addressing harm without necessarily resorting to imprisonment. It's controversial. Plenty of people think anything less than maximum punishment is coddling criminals. But cases like Ashford's suggest that sometimes a different approach produces better outcomes for everyone involved, including society at large. The challenge Mycroft observed is distinguishing between situations where mercy and opportunity are appropriate and situations where they'd simply enable further harm. Not every desperate person deserves a second chance, and not every crime can be resolved through creative mediation. True, Holmes agreed, but defaulting to punishment without considering alternatives seems equally problematic. The law serves justice ideally, but justice isn't always synonymous with prosecution. Sometimes it looks like Fellows and Ashford reaching an arrangement that transforms potential adversaries into partners. Mrs. Hudson had been listening with the pleased expression of someone watching students grasp a lesson she'd been trying to teach, and now she spoke, her voice carrying that teacher's authority that Mrs. Ashford had also possessed. What you're all dancing around, she said, is the recognition that problems involving people require solutions that account for people's complexity. You can't reduce everything to logical formulas or legal procedures. Sometimes the right answer is messy, ambiguous, dependent on specific circumstances and individual judgment, which makes it difficult to systematize, Mycroft said. How do you create policy around the principle of it depends on context and the specific people involved? You don't, Mrs. Hudson replied simply. You train people to exercise good judgment, give them frameworks for thinking rather than rigid rules, and trust them to make wise decisions when presented with complex situations. Like Mr. Holmes did with Ashford and Fellows, he didn't follow a predetermined procedure. He assessed the situation, understood the people involved, and created a solution tailored to their specific circumstances. Watson was writing now, not formal notes but quick observations in the small notebook he carried, phrases and ideas he wanted to remember. This conversation felt important, the kind of discussion that clarified thinking and shifted perspectives, and he wanted to capture it before the specifics faded into general impression. The clock on the mantel chimed 8. its clear notes marking the passage of time that had somehow accelerated and slowed simultaneously. The afternoon had lasted both forever and no time at all. "I should genuinely depart now," Lestrade said, though he made no immediate move to rise. "But I'm grateful for this, for the reminder that our work matters beyond statistics and arrest records, for the chance to remember a case that ended well for—" He paused, searching for words. "For the company, I suppose. It's easy to become isolated in this work, to forget that collaboration often produces better results than solitary effort." "The lesson Mrs. Ashford wanted us to remember," Watson said. "That we're better together than apart, that different perspectives create more complete understanding." "Quite so." Lestrade stood finally, retrieving his coat, now dry, though it would probably never be quite the same after its thorough soaking. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, for the hospitality. Holmes, Watson, always a pleasure." "Mycroft, try not to manipulate any governments before breakfast tomorrow." "I make no promises," Mycroft replied, "but I'll at least wait until I've had tea." After Lestrade's departure, the remaining four settled into a comfortable silence, the kind that required no filling, no forced conversation. The fire crackled, the lamps glowed, and somewhere below, the city continued its eternal motion, indifferent to the small moments of connection and understanding occurring in a sitting room on Baker Street. Mycroft was the next to depart, citing early meetings and the need for at least some sleep before facing governmental bureaucracy. His goodbye was warm, more affectionate than his usual reserved manner, and he paused at the door to address Holmes directly. "Today was valuable, brother mine. We should do this more often, gather without agenda or urgency, simply to remember and reflect. We're both guilty of treating relationships as transactions, but there's worth in connection for its own sake." Holmes nodded, and Watson saw something pass between the brothers, some understanding that didn't require articulation. "Agreed. Perhaps monthly dinners? Nothing formal, just an opportunity to maintain contact beyond crisis and consultation." "I'd like that." Mycroft adjusted his coat, preparing to face the evening air. "And Sherlock? Mrs. Ashford was right about you. You do tend toward brilliance, but the cases you'll remember most fondly won't be the cleverest puzzles. They'll be the ones where your brilliance served human flourishing rather than simply satisfying intellectual curiosity." And then he was gone, his footsteps descending the stairs, the street door opening and closing with finality. Mrs. Hudson stood, gathering the tea things with efficient movements. "I'll leave you two for your evening," she said. "I expect you'll want to discuss the day's events, make your usual observations about human nature and the satisfaction of being right. Even when you took 6 hours to reach a conclusion I arrived at in 6 minutes. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. "You're a constant reminder that intelligence takes many forms, and the kind that manifests as wisdom and understanding of human nature is often more valuable than the kind that manifests as deductive reasoning." She paused, clearly surprised by the uncharacteristic compliment. "Well," she said, flustered. "Yes, quiet. I'll be downstairs if you need anything." After she'd gone, Watson and Holmes sat in the comfortable silence of old friends who'd shared enough experiences that conversation was optional rather than required. The fire had burned down again, and Watson didn't bother rebuilding it. The evening was growing late, and soon enough they'd retire to their respective rooms, carrying with them the day's unusual gift of reflection and connection. "Thank you," Holmes said quietly. Watson looked up, surprised. "For what?" "For being here. For listening to stories you'd heard before. For providing the human dimension that I tend to overlook. For—" Holmes gestured vaguely, encompassing the room, the afternoon, the entire complicated web of relationship and memory that had been woven through the hours. For being the kind of friend who makes this work bearable, occasionally meaningful, sometimes even joyful. Watson felt his throat tighten slightly. Holmes was rarely this direct about emotion, preferring to communicate affection through action rather than words, and the unexpected vulnerability was touching. "The pleasure is entirely mutual," he said. And I think Mrs. Ashford gave us all a gift today. Not just the chance to remember a successful case, but the reminder that our work ripples outward in ways we don't always see. Those problems can be solved with creativity rather than punishment. That gathering matters, that sharing perspectives creates understanding, that... He smiled. That even legendary detectives can be outsmarted by determined widows and observant landladies. Holmes laughed, and the sound was genuine, unguarded. Indeed. And perhaps that's the most important lesson of all, that there's always someone smarter, someone with a different kind of intelligence, someone whose perspective we need, even when we don't realise we need it. Outside, the night had fully settled over London, and the street below was quiet now. The evening's pedestrians having found their destinations, the city exhaling into the temporary peace that preceded the late-night revels and early morning labour, the sitting room felt like an island, a small preserve of warmth and companionship in the vast indifferent metropolis. They sat together as the fire died to embers, not speaking, not needing to, simply existing in the shared space of memory and friendship, and the peculiar satisfaction that came from an afternoon well spent, somewhere in Kensington. Mrs. Ashford was reading Watson's manuscript, learning more about her late husband's finest moment. Somewhere in Whitechapel, Marcus Fellows was perhaps closing his shop for the evening, unaware that he'd been discussed and celebrated by the people who'd given him a second chance. And somewhere in the intricate machinery of London's evening, all the small decisions and kindnesses and moments of understanding were rippling outward, creating consequences that no one could fully predict or measure. The tea and tobacco puzzle had been solved, not with dramatic revelation, but with gentle understanding, not with triumph, but with gratitude. And as Watson finally rose to retire for the evening, he found himself thinking that this was perhaps the best kind of mystery. The kind that ended not with answers, but with appreciation, not with closure, but with connection, not with an ending, but with the promise of continuing relationship and shared memory. "Good night, Holmes," he said from the doorway. "Good night, Watson. And thank you again for everything." Watson climbed the stairs to his room, carrying with him the warmth of the afternoon. The satisfaction of understanding reached collaboratively, and the quiet joy of knowing that some puzzles, when solved, created more beauty than the mystery itself had contained. Behind him, Holmes remained by the dying firepipe in hand, perhaps reflecting on cases past and cases future, on the difference between being clever and being wise, on the unexpected gift of an afternoon orchestrated by a widow and a landlady who understood that the best tributes aren't monuments or eulogies, but moments of genuine connection and shared remembering. The rain had long since stopped, and the stars, invisible behind London's perpetual veil of smoke and fog, shone nonetheless indifferent and eternal. But in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street, on a November evening in 1890, 4 men and 2 women had created something that mattered, a memory, a lesson, a moment of human understanding that would ripple forward into futures they couldn't see, but had nonetheless helped to shape. And that, Watson thought as he prepared for sleep, was perhaps the finest mystery of all, the way small acts of kindness and understanding could echo through time, creating consequences far beyond their immediate moment, building a world slightly better than the one that had existed before. The tea and tobacco puzzle was solved, but its lessons about collaboration, about mercy, about the value of seeing people rather than just problems, those would continue, carried forward by everyone who'd gathered that grey November afternoon to remember, to reflect, and to recognise that the best solutions to human problems were the ones that honoured human complexity rather than tried to simplify it away. In the quiet of his room, Watson made one final note in his journal. Today we were taught by a widow and a landlady that wisdom often wears unexpected faces, and that the mysteries worth solving are the ones that make us better for having encountered them. Then he closed the journal, extinguished his lamp, and let sleep carry him toward whatever tomorrow might bring, secure in the knowledge that some afternoons, some rare, precious afternoons, justified all the grey days that surrounded them. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the starry skies of Buenos Aires, the peaceful glow of Copenhagen, the timeless beauty of Istanbul, or the ocean breeze of Honolulu? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness embrace you. Let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.